with 2 eyes underscore for 1 year, 8 months, 12 days, 1 hour. Almost 2 years. Oh my god. Has it been that long already? Honestly, it doesn't even feel like 2 years. It feels like I met you guys like... It feels like I started streaming like a year ago, to be honest. Alright! We're gonna fight Monkey. Monkey. That is my goal for today. Fight the monkey. Well, that your first follower is a fanboy, that says a lot about you. Thank you, thank you. And maybe did meet by me gifting you Remnant too? Yeah, and you forced me to be your friend. He bought my friendship. Alright. Okay. We're at death number 335. Okay. This is a warm-up fight. Warm-up, okay? But the power of money! Alright, alright. Hopefully the value is okay. Oh. Is it possible to get a death blow on him or no? He will always look behind. You have a new outfit on my stupid. I do have a new outfit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Ow! Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You know what? Warm up. That was a warm up. Is it too loud, guys? Oh my god. Let me lower it. Oh my god! Hold on! I wasn't ready for that. Welcome in, Jimbo! Welcome, welcome! Shinobi streaming, sending on business, let's go! Alright. Death number 336. That was a warm-up, okay? Warm-up match. We need the man, the myth, let me so. Okay. Oh shit. Oh. This is the one, guys. This is the one. This is the one. Okay, technically this is still a warm-up, okay? The first hour is always a warm-up. Oh! Okay. Oh! Oh shit! Oh! Okay. Ow! Oh! my god. Welcome in, Crunchy! Welcome, welcome! How are you? Okay. First, that low. Come on, monkey, you can do it. Just step out and dodge into 350. 350? I can beat him before 350, I think. I think. Okay, pacifying agent. Oh. Ow! Oh, fuck. I'm scared! Ow! How do I dodge that? Okay. I just gotta counter him, I guess. Ow! Back up, back up! Oh god. Okay, I'm dead! Okay. That was a good warm-up. Good warm-up. Chat, how many times this shit like the monkey? No, I didn't die all 336 times to the monkey, okay? 336 times total. I don't know how many times I died to the monkey. I think like 36. If you're scared, play Zelda Ocarina of Time to get some courage. Okay. Oh. 337. Okay, there we go. 337. Play World of Tanks. Hey, 13 more? Oh, fuck. Oh! Oh! Oh my god. Ow! Okay, it was not ready. Jump. Okay. So I had a bad start. Chase him! Chase him! Oh. He fought down me. I forgot he does that. Okay, this is the hard part. Play Elden Ring? Should I? Okay, okay, okay. No! Back up, back up, back up, back up! Oh my god. Oh! What the hell? How do I hit him? Oh, what the hell? Okay. Ah! Oh, that scared me. Back up, okay. Okay. Oh, what the hell? I didn't know he spins. Oh god. Okay. Oh, I'm dead. Oh god. Ah, shit, just attack more. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. Okay. You know what? That's okay. On my 2K on bet, I'm gonna lose if you're gonna. Okay. Got this. I got this. Did I count the deaths? Is it 339 here? Something is wrong with the monkey? It is defective? He doesn't know how to aim. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate, thank you! You need a monster? You know what? I do have a monster. I have a monster right here. I'm drinking it right now. Okay. Playing Argo? Argo, aggressive. Argo. Okay. Now go Super Saiyan. Okay. I'm focused here. Oh, whoops. Oh! That was bad. shit! Oh! Oh! Okay. It was the helpful died. Back 10 minutes. Okay, okay. Okay. I just realized. Yeah. Oh my god, a lot of money, right? I know 1 bit is like 1 cent in US currency. Oh fuck! Ah, trap! Oh fuck! Oh shit! I'm dead! Oh my god! Fuck! I just healed! Oh my god! Am I dead? Wait, I don't have any more. Oh, I have 2. Russian, Russian, Russian. A lot of money, right? Haha, shit. Yeah. Oh god, please. Okay. Oh god, please. Back up. Oh god! Oh my god, Jesus Christ! Don't worry, if you're on your phone, she won't make sussy noises. How do I make sussy noises, guys? I don't know. I'm not sussy! 3340. 3340. 3340. 3340. Oh my god. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. Okay, okay. I'm crisscrossing. Calling Bushy and Shen not being sussy. Love the monkey, you win. Love it. I heard about her goon. What do you mean? I never goon. Oh shit. Ah! I missed. was not focused there. Ah! What kind of combo is that? Roommate that Shen sells free pics? Who told you that? Who told you that, huh? Did you see leaks? Okay. Okay. Okay, get a wolf! Oh. Okay. Okay. that was hard. The second phase is so hard. Leak? I saw them. It's a joke, guys. It's a joke. Maybe. Who knows? You never know. Okay. Okay. I gotta stop getting hit there, honestly. Best start. Okay, well that's fine. Oh god! Did he fart you? Yeah, he did. He farts and he throws poop at me. I mean, people legit buy bathwater, so yeah. Should I start selling my own bathwater? Shinobi bathwater. VTuber, oh, VTuber tears. Oh, oh god. Oh. Oh! Oh my god, I died here! Are you kidding me? Oh god! Oh my god! NT Shen, NT! Fire and poop attack! So sweat? Can I drink it? What do you mean drink it? I mean, technically you could drink anything, right? You know? Yeah. VTuber sweat. Okay. Ooh. Oh, where am I going? Oh, what the hell? Okay. Okay. You know what? Okay. Okay, I gotta stop running into that. Thank you for the flame. Thank you. Drinking like is it the JoJo meme? I don't know the JoJo meme. Okay. Focus. Lock in, Shen. Lock in. Oh. Oh! Get out! Oh my god! Oh god, am I going to? Oh my god. Okay! Oh! Oh, get up, get up! Yeah, this one's the hard one. Intensely and aggressively drinks tea. Is that what it is? Get up and ready, monkey! Look at me! Okay. Oh my god, how far is that range? No! Block! I'm trying to block that! Okay. you. I am very poor. Four more deaths to go. 5 more. I don't think you're gonna win. Whoever voted, you're gonna lose all your points. Okay. This is focus. Oh my god! Please, don't point on me. I stood up, please! Get up! Oh. Oh my god, I can't hit him! Oh god! Okay, that was bad. That was really bad. Okay, that was a bad beginning. That was a really bad beginning. It's okay. It's just a warm up, guys. It's just a warm up, Shen. The first hour is a warm up. Okay. Block. Oh god! I couldn't see. Oh god, I'm dead! Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Next fight. Yeah, warm up for the 4 more test. Hey, Angel. Oh, hi there. Welcome in, pt10. Welcome. How are you? How is your day? Okay. This is the one. Okay. No playing defensive. Yo! Oh, I thought he was. Okay. I can't see! Oh god! Okay, middle. You stay in the middle. Come on. Oh my god. Back up, he's going out. Back up. Oh. Okay, I'm dead. Now she a demon and then love and succubus. Me and succubus. Hi there. Welcome in, Bento. Welcome in. How are you? Better now that I've seen you. Oh, thank you. Welcome in. How are you? How is everyone? Hi, good. Just showered? How are you? Oh, you just showered? Pigs? Wink. JK, I'm kidding. I'm doing good. I'm just trying to, fight this goddamn gorilla here. God, okay. Oh my god! Stay still. Oh god, okay. Come here. Please. Jump! Oh. Oh fuck. Oh! Okay. Okay, back up! I'm dead! Oh my god, she did I? She just ignored everything I said. What did she even say? All I saw was the better now that I seen you. That's it? I saw that! Yeah? Thank you for the bonk. Thank you. Death number 347. Lucky number 7, guys. Lucky number 7. You died 2 times? Did I? No, I didn't. I think you're a liar. count him? Did I? Oh, damn. You just want to lose so badly to the bet, huh? Oh, shit. Oh, God. Okay. Reset, reset. Oh God, where am I? Oh, okay. Run, shit, run. Oh my God. Ah, I missed. Oh my God, in front of me. Oh God. Oh God! What is that?
That new slapping jelly was so much fun.
Slapping jelly. Like a. Okay, I need to recover. Oh my God! Okay! Anything for Uwe rap? Sus, very sus. Okay, okay, 349, 349. Okay, what if I try? Okay, instead of playing like aggressively, I play safe here. Play safe. Okay. Oh shit! Ouch! Crazy work, oh my God. Oh God, okay. Oh God, okay. so low. Okay. Okay, phase 1 done. Is that is I know that's what I said too. Last stream, I was like, he kind of looks like Kratos. There's a little red mark on his face. Wait, me, ew, long hair. Long hair is cute. I look more mature, don't I? Oh. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Okay. Oh god. Back up, oh god. I blocked that, did I not? Okay. Oh. Oh god, okay. How do I fight him? It's so hard. God. Oh, welcome in, Fenneke. Welcome, welcome. It doesn't fit you though, right? That's what I said too. Like it doesn't match. You know, maybe because I'm so used to seeing myself as like my model is short hair. Oh, I thought she beat the monkey. No. You look like a creep. I look like a creep. Welcome in, Fenneke. Welcome. How are you? Thought he was the god of war. Okay. You look like I could rent you for $20. $20? Excuse you. I think I'm at least like 40, okay? So I'm doing good. I'm just getting my ass beat by this gorilla. Should you want help? Yes. You have any tips? Please give. Please give. I'm running out of pacifying agent though. I only have 2 left. We're very big Sag. Very big Sag. 250. Oh yeah, that was 250. That was death number 250. Do as your... Ah, okay. Got it. That's a really good tip. I think I'm getting like too scared of the second phase. Because I don't want to get like fear. I'm scared of him yelling at me. Okay. okay. Come closer, monkey. Oh god, monkey, please. Oh shit! Oh no one! Oh, I got poison. Hey, you know what? It's okay. Hey, hey. Okay, I have 4 healing gourds. 4 healing gourds. You can live like Yumeko? Oh, Bami? Who's that? Yumeko? Yumeko from that one gambling? Oh, anime? Oh shit! What even happened here? What the heck? He hit so hard, yeah? Ah! Let's see. Okay. Start by deflecting his 3-hit combo. After the 3rd hit, he'll perform a long leap forward to a heavy downward slam. If you deflect the slam successfully, he'll be stunned for a brief moment and hit him at that time. And he will get up and do his scream. Okay, so he will always guarantee do his scream after his combo. Okay. There's also a specific moment where you should watch out for after completing this 3-hit combo. The 8 sometimes... Yeah, okay. The 8 sometimes pauses for about 1 to 3 seconds before smashing the ground. During that pause, move around him carefully and land a single hit from behind as he starts moving forward. As he starts moving backward, be ready to deflect his follow-up attack. Repeating his cycle patiently can help you gradually wear him down without taking unnecessary risk. Okay. 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 In other words, shut the fuck up and stop panicking and fight. Okay. Got it. It's 7 a.m. I'm gonna go try and sleep now. See ya, have fun. Thank you for coming, Rebel World. Sleep well. Good night. Rest well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Cause I'm gonna lurk. Good night. Or good morning. Okay. I got sweaty hands, guys. Hold on, let me drink water. Okay. Here you go. Is this the one? Is the trees relevant? Or are they just there? Oh my god. Oh. Okay, that was bad. god, I'm so bad. Okay. Oh no, hurry! Holy shit! Whoops. Oh no, he's gonna grab me again. Oh, oh, okay. There's no hitting! Oh god! Okay, okay, okay. Okay. NT, 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 NT. 7,219 more points for overwrap. How did this monkey aim improve down when the bed's over? It's okay. It's fine. Okay, new goal. I could beat him under 400. For sure, right? Sure. Oh. No, jump! Jump! Oh. Okay, what the hell? 4 gourd seed and a drain. Yep, that's me. Is it better to get more gourd seeds for this fight? Oh shit! Oh. Oh! Ah! Damn! It hurts, I say yes. See. Okay. We do 3 more fights, and then I'll just like 3 more fights, and then we just travel around. We take a walk. 3 3 more fights and we'll take a walk. Need a breather. Okay. Oh! Ah! No! I ran to the side! I ran to the side! Okay. Come here, monkey. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh god! Is there a delay or something? What the hell? 3D4. Oh, walk yippee. 3 more and tapping out. I'm not tapping out. I'm just, you know, I just need a break. Okay. skill issue? Well, so nice, huh? Shinobi execution. Okay, hurry up, get up. Oh my god, ready? Uh-huh. Oh! Back up, back up, back up! Okay. Okay. Oh, what the hell? Oh. Okay. Back up, 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 Shen, back up. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, okay, second. I'm scared. Okay. Scream already! Come on! Okay. Oh god, I'm scared. Back up, 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 back up. Oh god. Okay. Oh god! Oh god! Oh my god! Ah. So close! So close, so close. Jumping doesn't make you any faster. Yeah, I know. It's a big habit. I have a big habit of like jumping away. That was so good. That was the best I've done. Oh my god. Okay. We try one more time. One more time. 55. So welcome, Dayan. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your day? Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you. Okay, okay. I know what to do now. Okay, I know what to do. God, my hands are so sweaty, guys. We have more healing? Yeah, done it, right? Oh my god. I was like okay, I was more panicking because of my health, because I had like no more healing gores, and I was like one hit away. This is the one, I feel it. This is the one. This is the one. No more walking around. No more walks. Okay, okay. This is it. This is it. Can I see your inventory? My inventory. I have 4 healing gourd, divine grass. I only have 1 pacifying agent left. Oh, so sad. I just have 5, but then I kept losing them. Should I put? Is there one for poison? Is that poison? Here, let me switch this one. Okay. Poison. Pacifying agent. 0 pellets. Healing gourd. Divine grass, you can use it when you are close. Okay. Should I? I'm kind of scared to use it though. Oh. Yeah, I'll replace it with this one. Okay. No contact medicine. Oh, it poisons me. Antidote? Oh, okay, this one. Antidote powder. Okay, no fire. Should I buy firecrackers? No, it's fine. Okay, okay. Oh my god, throwing shit at me? Okay. That's fine. Ooh. Don't grab me! No! Oh god, I'm dead. It's okay, that's okay. Okay! Please don't grab me! Oh. Okay, good! I have three! Okay. Okay. Patient. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady wins the game. Calm and steady. Calm and steady. Get your ass up. Hurry up. Calm and steady wins the game. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Ow! Oh god, that was bad. Okay. Oh! I'm scared. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh! Back up! Ah, I don't know, I keep jumping! Okay, Shen, don't jump. Don't jump. Oh! Oh, that was bad. back. What? Oh god! Woo! Oh! Center! Oh my god! Yeah. Yeah, it's not that good. It's okay. It's okay. 3, 5, 6. One more. I meant this is the one. This is the one. No, I haven't went to the temple yet. No. Okay. Killing Gourd. Oh! Oh! No! Don't push me. Oh shit! Oof. Okay. No. I got stuck in a corner. 356, is that for reals? Yeah, that's, yeah. Welcome in, Easy, welcome. Now it's 357. Oh my god, okay. Calm and steady with the game, Shen. Calm and steady with the game. Calm and steady wins the game. Okay. Let me drink some water. Hesitation is defeat. You're right. No hesitation, Shen. Confidence is key. Confidence is key. Okay. This time for sure. Oh. Okay, that was bad. That was really bad. That was really bad. Center. Which one's it? Please! Please! Oh god, I was trying to do it. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Okay. You know what? Bad run. Hesitation. That was a bad run. This one for sure. This one for sure. Okay, Shen. Easy peasy, okay? Easy peasy. True. Easy peasy. Okay. Come on, Kratos. Come on. Come on. Okay. Don't grab me! Oh, God, I'm so scared of that. Yeah. 100 chance or one headless gorillas. That's funny. She's a pro player, so she would take 10 minutes for the hardest boss. That's true, that's true. Hardest boss takes 45 hours straight for average. Okay. Calm and steady. Calm and steady, Shen. Calm and steady. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my God. Come on. Oh. Ah, back up. Oh, oh God. Oh my God. before. Oh. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god. My heart is like pumping, guys. We actually knew it earlier. I was gonna use the pacifying agent. I'm not the pacifying agent, the fucking divine grasp. That was good, that was good! That was good! That was good. Oh my god. Waiting for the cave battle was the ape? The cave battle was the ape? What do you mean? Oh my god. One more! Thank you guys, thank you guys. I can feel the pain from that scream. Oh my god. God. Pain, that was screaming with determination. One more! I smell a wind coming up. It's coming up, it's coming up. I got this! Jesus Christ. Okay. 99% quit before they win. This is the one. That was a really close one though. Okay. Come on. Psst, psst. Come here. Psst, come here. Oh! Okay, that was bad. This is a really bad run. Never mind. This is what I get for trying to taunt him. Okay. No, it's okay. First death. Oh my god, what am I looking at? Okay, you know what? That was a warm up. That was a warm up, you know? 360. That was a warm up, okay? Thank you for the head pass, thank you. How well do you think she'd do against a knight? The knight? I'm gonna fight a knight? Is it gonna be like the horseman? Okay. Uh-oh! Oh my god. Oh! Oh my god! Totally did not mean to do that. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Okay. That got nothing on shit. She might not even know how to understand. Okay. Okay, where's the support, huh, mom? Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you. Welcome in, Nico. Welcome. How are you? Hey. Got this. Okay. Calm and steady, Shin. Calm and steady. Oh, you poisoned me. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? Okay. Why is he so much harder this time? What the heck? Is it just me? What? Okay. Okay. You know what? It's fine. It's okay. Monkey? Yeah, I'm fighting monkey. We're gonna beat up the monkey. Animal abuse. Autoplay, no thinking, just react to Okay. Shen focus. Oh! middle. Oh fuck. Okay, never mind. Never mind, no reset. Oh my god. What the heck? What the heck? I lost my touch. I lost my touch. Focused way too much on the second phase that I forgot to be on the first phase. NT Shen, NT. 363. 363. Okay. 363. Okay. 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 Come on. Oh my god. What? Did I just forget how to fight him? What? Okay. Oh my god, Shen, what the heck is wrong? What's happening with you? Oh. Oh. Oh, what the hell? Maybe I'm not playing Argo enough. Oh my god, one hit! Oh my god! Okay. 364. Did Tempo the battle just resolve since you survived the second phase for a long time? Yeah, the second phase was like a lot slower for me because I was like running around. Okay. Argo, Shen. Argo. Oh! 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 Hold on. Let me get to safety! Hold on. Oh, okay. Okay. Get up, get up. Where are you running? Okay. Bye, Chef. Bye, guys. I'll be going. See you next stream. Chef, say hello to the goats. Thank you, Crunchy. Have a good night. Make sure you rest well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Cause I'm gonna lurk. Bye bye. Thank you for the help. Okay. Okay. Oh! Okay. You know that was bad. Oh my god, did I not? Oh my god! Okay, you know what? I messed up there. Oh. Big Perry's welcome in, Dolphin Bird! Welcome, welcome! Ah! Oh god. Okay. Home steady. Oh, okay, that was bad. Okay, that was really bad. That was really bad. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Patient. Oh. Maybe I'm getting too close. Oh! Ah! Okay, okay. NT, 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 NT. NT, 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 NT. Hey. Oh god. So how's your day, Dolphin Bird? Welcome in. This is gonna be the one. This is the one. This is the one. Hey. I can hear Shen coping. I am coping. Oh, okay. Rip, rip. Come on. Oh. Oh, poison! Oh god. Scared me a little bit. Oh. Oh! Okay, get up, get up! That's okay, that's okay. Okay. Oh my god, I can't believe it's so hard to beat this freaking Yeti Boo. Oh. Okay. Oh, I have one resurrect. This is the one! This is the one! This is the one. Okay. Oh! What the hell? Oh! Oh my god! Uh-huh. Okay. Ow! Ow! Center. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh god! Oh, Jesus Christ! The goat! The goat! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Took me so long! Holy crap! Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hip pass. Thank you. 365. Thank you. Goats is better than stupid, stinky ass, dumb ass, lame apes. Thank you guys. Wow. I'm the goat. The goat. Holy damn. God, how many deaths was it? Oh my god. That was like 65 deaths? Just to fight this guy? It feels good! This feels good, you know? This feels so good. I'm not even kidding. It feels so good. You started this stream at 3:35, but like I fought him like before, like last stream when I first fought him. Can remember I took like 2 hours just to fight him last stream. Oh my god. Goat wins against the monkey. You can't outdo the doer. Does that make sense? I don't know what I'm saying. Oh my god. It was so long ago. First try! Yo, easy peasy. That was my first try. Holy. Hold on. Let me do this first, Mom. Oh. Oh my god, that feels great. Feels great. The clip? What clip? You can't outdo the doer. Go deeper into the cave is a quest item? A quest item? I thought you wanted me to look at a clip. Oh, well, it's fine. Okay. Oh. In here. Oh my god, now I could finally play the game. Lotus of the Palace. Lotus of the Palace. Ooh. Okay, I have a memory, right? There we go. Okay, 0 prayer beads, 0 memory, 0 spirit emblem. I have 1 coin. 1 coin. It's okay, Shen. He's just showing us how down bad you are. I was joking, okay? In that clip, I was joking. Okay, it was just a little fun, hee hee ha ha, you know. Okay. Where did I go? Did I just go back where I came from? How do I go back where I came from? Climb the tree? Huh? What? Where do I go? How do I leave? Oh, the water. Wait, did I leave here? What? Where do I go? Guys, how do I get out? Yeah. Oh, I have to TP out. I have to TP out. What? Okay. Am I done with this place? Or do I go back to my lord? Bottomless hole. Kuro? Where's Kuro? Here? You can... No, you can drop down? Or do you want to go through the abandoned dungeon now? You could dive into the ravine? I don't know. What is what is best for me? Do I have to talk to Kuro? Kuro-chan! Hi!
ミコさん、源の香の花手に入れました。
What's best? Suffering.
どちらにの奥に。
そこが源の水の
Fighting mobs and farming?
よく手に入れてくれた狼よ。
What is he giving me?
そうだ。
Soda.
調べが進んだぞ。新たに必要な香が分かった。
I guess, okay, I go down to the
この地、
abandoned dungeon.
私の地だ。
九郎様の血ですが。
You
それは
cannot bleed.
流れぬはず。
ああ。龍院の巫女とはそうしたものだ。だが、源一郎殿の居室で、タケル様の故障の手記を見つけてな。何か血を流す術があるようなのじゃ。
Oh my god, I can't believe that fight took me 2 hours and like almost 40 minutes. Paige's diary. An old diary entry written by Takeru's page. Lord Takeru, okay.
さて、我が血を流す術、いかに調べたものか。
エマ殿に聞くのはどうでしょう。
クスシならば人の体に明るいか。確かにそなたの言う通りかもしれぬな。
Okay. Shen's gonna find a way to make a child bleed. That's what I was wondering. Wait, can he not bleed?
待っていまし
Isn't he a human?
分かったのか。
た。はい解を得ました
I'm calling CPS.
それは血の
Do it, huh? Do it. I kicked the baby. I can also kick the CPS people too.
たとえ海星の力が尽きていたとしても
He is human, but he has dragon's
いず
blood.
れ蘇ってい
Ah.
ます
And that's what we need, right? The dragon's blood.
どこかから奪っている
But he's human though.
流
He just,
体になった
you know,
からか
stabby stab.
おそらく
You what?
有害になった
Nothing.
もの
Nothing.
人が人として生きるための当たり前の力を奪われています
It's a divine hair. He grows older, but doesn't age after looking like a. Oh.
直す
He ain't human, bitch.
返せばいい
You kick a baby?
受け取ってください
Allegedly, okay? Allegedly. Oh, an item that's rarely dropped. Okay. Recovery charm? Should I do this? Restore all afflicted with dragon rods back to health. The charm contains a dragon rod's victim's blood, which Emma managed to purify and solidify into a bloodstone.
Allegedly!
Allegedly! Thank you for the blade. Thank you. And he can't bleed from normal blades? Feel the go. Okay. The recovery charm allows Dragon's Rod sufferers to be healed from a sculptor's idol. The Dragon's Blood droplet can be consumed to heal Dragon Rods from all those afflicted. Doing so will cause all Rod essence to disappear, returning their chances of receiving unseen aid to the default value. Okay. What if I do it? How do I do it? Oh. Yes? Alright. Dr. Evil trip. Okay, where to go now? Abandoned dungeon. This was with the weird looking the merchant guy, right? Oh hey. I went over here. Scrap iron. And the doctor? Ah. Okay. Are you gonna? Oh my god! Wait, what? What? Are these crickets? There's nobody down here, right? Oh, except for fucking bugs. Oil? Oil? Where am I getting seen at? Oh. Easy! Oh yeah. Did I go here? Oil. Oil? Oh, let me talk to him.
極用
I'm poor, but do you have stuff I could buy? Like a 1,400 prayer bead? Can I sell stuff? 1,400? 1,400. 1,400. 80! Okay, we don't sell that. 1,000. A fistful of ash. We saw that. We saw this. What is bite down? Call for death by one's hand. Samurai turns their sword onto themselves as a matter of pride. Resurrection is not limited after news. Okay. A 3 snap seed. Kill yourself? Kill yourself pill? Okay. I thought you were telling me to kill myself. The pocket sand. Okay, so this. Snap seed. Okay, we'll keep this ceramic. So that. We'll keep the balloon. Oh no, wait, I have enough already. What the heck? Gimme. Wait! Oh, he has 0! I didn't even look! He has 0! What the F? Okay, what should I get then? Should I get this then? Dragon's droplet? I wasn't looking. Save money? Okay, dumbass. The goat. Buy the purses? Buy the purses. Welcome in, Kitatsu? Welcome. The goat. This is the goat, guys. Okay, this one? I might as well just buy all of them then. It's okay. It's okay, you know. Let's just pretend that didn't happen, you know? Oh, another heavy corn paste. Have I been here? I haven't been here yet, right? No. Don't look at me, dog. No, he's gonna see me. Ah! I'm sorry, dog. Oh, shit. What the hell? Oh shit. Ah! What the fuck? How do I fight him? Ow! He got me! Oh! What the hell? Okay. Oh! Oh shit! Scrap? Okay. Oh my god, that was low-key tough. Wait, new model? Yeah, I have long hair now. Welcome in the food. Welcome. How are you? How is your day? Welcome to the stream. Grabbed everything, right? That's it? Oh. Back inside, Heathen? Back inside? Oh! Okay, I know where this is at. Okay. Back inside. Wait, can I go here? Okay, no. An open door. Unopenable door. Unopenable? Is that a word? You know what? Hold on, I'm gonna rest. Okay. I love it. Thank you, thank you. They give me an oh man. Standard for 3 seconds. This mob. Wait, he's gone. Oh. Is that right? Sorry, I assassinated you in your sleep. Wait, are these guys alive too? Oh my god! I'm so sorry! Wait, he's alive! Is he alive or is he just shivering? Oh, is he? I don't. Okay, I'm sorry. I won't bother you. Why is it still glowing? Oh, did I not grab it? She didn't realize I didn't know. Okay, we go. Are they just all sleeping? Oh. Are you alive? Oh. How come some of them tries to attack me and some of them don't? Wait, go back to him? Shariko Shen is terrorizing them? Call me a terrorist because I'm not. Okay. End game! Maybe I shouldn't have said that, like, out of context. I'm gonna get banned. Go back to him? Wait, which guy? This guy? Go back to this guy? This shivering dude? Ew, maggots. They have 2 HP bars? They have 2 HP bars? Wait, I didn't know. Oh wait. I didn't go in here. Are you alive? Oh, okay. Brought in prisoner's note. Oh fuck! Okay. Is there another opening? Wait, what did this guy say again? Wait, what's the note he gave me? I don't even remember. Wait, what? What is that? I knew it! Oh my god. Oh my god, he bit me! Ow, wait! How did I get him off? Oh god. He asks you to deliver his letter to his master. Ah. Okay, who was his master again? I totally forgot. I oh shit. Oh my god, these freaking bugs! Okay, why are they dropping so much pacifying agents? Okay. Another one? You rip up the letter in front of him? Get up! Is he gonna give me another pacifying agent? Wait, did they just like guarantee drop pacifying agents? Guarantee? Oh my god, get out of here, bug! No? Why am I getting so much? This letter is the details of those mobs you're fighting. Huh? Wait, isn't this? Upgrade item, prosthetic arms. Is it this letter? Oh no, wait, that's Kuro. Recovery charm, gourd. Wait, I have a gourd C? Wait, I have a gourd C this whole time? What? Oh, I gotta go back talk to Emma. Surgeon bloody letter? Is that what it is? Surgeon bloody letter. The bloody letter. Okay. Must be delivered on harm. Okay. A warm bloodstained letter from Dosaku, the surgeon in the abandoned dungeon. Require one tough man, preferably a strong samurai or a young, large soldier, such as a member of the Taro troop. Okay. The surgeon. Wait, am I delivering it to the surgeon? Or a guy in... Sugar? Are they enemies? Pacifying agents? Where is it? Oh yeah? You brought a gun to a knife fight? Litecoin purse. No, you got it from the surgeon and delivering it to his master. Or the person he serves. Okay. And the person is in here? The abandoned dungeon? Okay. I don't know if I'm going the right way. Get up! Where is he? Just keep going? Ah, the temple. What is that? Fish? Okay. Kinda dark hair. Operate. Sounds like something Deadpool would say. A knife to a gunfight. I wanna say Shen against the monkey screens. The monkey screens. How do I? Oh. Oh, look at my face. Okay, everybody be quiet. Anything for me to steal here? Oh! Yes! You see when you get there? Okay. Okay, loot. Loot. Oh! Oh! Nothing? Nothing? Disappointed. Okay, we're outside. Thank for the redeem. Thank you. Not Congo. Shen, yeah? The poster on the wall. Oh. And straight from the Buddha's teaching. They have abandoned the fray, seduced by their search for immortality. You should be captured. There's no telling what will become of you. You would do well to return the way you came. ... However, ... I will not stop you from entering if you are determined to do so. But if you do, please proceed with care. Okay. Before I go, let me talk to Emma. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Kuro's room. Those who live in a poison. Oh.
物資だ。これ。
Yes.
これは
あの人の好きなお茶です。
Okay.
回帰祝いの良いでしょ
お主に尋ねた。
う。はい。
巫女様の血を流す術だ。
何故。
選挙不死立ちをそのために。
そう、確かに。ですが、それを。
不思議りか。
はい、こちらを。
Okay. Part of the Book of Immortal Severance left behind the Tucker. Okay.
タケル様が記されたものか。
はい。
Shen just ignoring the one in charge of the temple like that. To be fair, I never look at posters, okay? I've only seen one, and that was like the lightning one. Before you fight, Genny. Oh.
お伝えした不思議りならば黒。
ああ、巫女様にも。
はい。
Gourd seed. Alright. How dare? You hear a voice and you don't look for a source? I thought it was just like, you know, like dialogue. You know, like new. You know what I mean?
どうじゃった？何か分かったか？
You know, when you proceed to a new place and there's like the dialogue that help you know that you're going the right way, you know?
はい。不思議りは仙宝寺にあると聞く。
Simple
手に
temple.
入れてきてくれるか？
Hi.
御意。
Okay. simple temple. Where was I? Here? There is only the way. There's no right way in this game, Shen. Oh, there's only the way. Okay, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna rest. I'll be back, guys. BRB, I'm gonna go take a bathroom break. Less than 2 minutes. BRB, BRB. Hey, don't hit me! Stop hitting me!
Slowly creeps into frame. As so, what do you think?
Hey, I could hear all of that, you know? Thank you for the flame, thank you! Oh, welcome, Miss Phantasma! Night 2, welcome! I think you broke her. Welcome in. Okay. Proceed. All of what? All of that! Okay! The poopy sounds. Proceed. Oh. You mean we heard it? That's not pooping sound? Okay. Go on. Oh, what a pretty scenery here. Oh, enemy? Okay. Enemy. How far is he walking? Can I kill him from above? Okay. Hold on. Let me see if he walks any further. Okay. Is this close enough? Ooh! Look how cool that is! Too good, Shen. Too good. Oh my gosh, show mercy! That's a horse blowing his nose. I love horses. Let me kill this guy right here. If only I have the chance to just push him down. Wait, is there anything else over here? Oh, are you enemy? No? Oh. They left me here. Don't show mercy. She's gonna get fucked up with people throwing hands. Or they're gonna punch me. They're gonna fist me. They're gonna fist me. Oh, that's why he's crying. Bro, you are too you're too big to be crying like that. Oh my god, he's so cute! Kind of. He's like a giant baby. Giant Buddha. Why are you wasting your spirit emblems? Because it's cool like that, you know? It's fine, it's fine. It's easy to get them back. Pure white flower. The one I got. It's not fun when you need it for boss fights. It's fine. Not gonna lie, most of the time I don't even lose them for boss fights. Do nothing. Hey, what if I talk to him again? Doko? It's with your mom. Oh. Can I go here? No? But that's the same building, right? Where I came from? You have to find the white pinwheel toy. The white pinwheel toy. You only use the shuriken because it's long range, okay? Nothing wrong with, oh, nothing wrong with that. Is he gonna turn around? Okay, I just know that guy is tough. Look at his aura. Okay. Oh. It's fine. It's fine. You don't see me, right? Walk away. Walk away. Oh my god. Had to step away for a few minutes. That's okay. That's okay. I'm back. I managed to catch you for a bit this week. Thank you for dropping by. How are you? How is your day? You know, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna fight them. Oh! Oh yes! Oh! Just give me my money. What is this? Balloon? It's like getting pistol, assault rifle, bazooka, and knife, and only using the knife. Nothing wrong with that, you know. It's not about what you have. It's about how you use it. You know what I mean? You know. I'm always screwy, but But the day's been fine. I'm feeling goodish now. That's good. That's good. I hope your days get better. Where are they going? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna... Okay. Ow! Where's that door? Where's that door? Ow! I'm sorry. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm getting my ass beat by this guy! Oh my god! It's about how you lose it or not losing it. Unfortunately, my dad, I think he just proved his point. It's okay. It's like, you know what? Don't question my fighting style. Hmm? You know? Cora will come for you. Should I kill it the sacred ground Buddha? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. You know, they attacked me first. Self-defense. It's justified, you know? Ooh. Come here, children. What's over here? Oh my god, so many items. Antidote powder. Is that it? I'm sure Buddha won't be too torn up about it. No, I can't go here. We go on top. Oh! We go on top. How do I... Oh! No! Bugs! Oh my god, is there an easier way to kill these? Okay. Get out of here! No, I'm just gonna ignore you guys. I don't know why I'm even trying to kill you. Fireball Jutsu Ninja Arts? Not in the teaching of Buddha. Don't come here! You're gonna... Oh my god. It's gonna ruin my cover. Oh! Stop! Okay, there's 3 guys right there. Is he a boss? What if I just... They don't know, right? Lightning bolt! Lightning bolts! Is it a mini boss? Holy crap! Okay. god! These freaking bugs! Where is it? There was one more here. You annoying bug. Oh! Oh shit! Ow! Ow! She's spamming! Was I supposed to... Wait, where did the big guy come from? Ah! She's not gonna come back. She came back! Wait, are they just like unkillable? He can't die to a normal blade? Who's patrolling around that guy? Oh, I didn't see him. Can't die to a normal blade. Oh. Ah, this is the guy that's spitting out those nasty bugs. Okay, I'm gonna just ignore it. Oh. Can't go here. Window? Hello?
蛇ガキはの2つあるぞい。1つは生ガキ。
Ah yes, the teachings of Buddha live in harmony with monster roaches and new shady methods to gain their immortality.
駆け越えて穴くぐり生ガキもいでくれよさ。
生ガキどういうことだ。
Over the cliff through the hole.
困りごとかい。
Pinwheel!
からば
A white one? Okay.
お米じゃ。
Rice?
困りごと。
Yeah, he's the reason why his real estate won't sell with all the bugs. Ah.
くだされよ。 お米はないかな。
No, I don't.
こっちの巫女様のお米じゃぞえ。
Wait, are these? Oh, I thought these were dead birds. It's just tree bark. Okay, okay. Can go. Oh, item. Blessing of sympathy. You know soon what she means? I mean, you'll know what she means soon. I don't know. I read it wrong. You don't see me, you know? Look at that guy. Look at that guy with the fancy sword. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Okay, can I death blow him from behind? It's still a way for me to stick behind him. Oh, Shen's gonna hate this guy, am I? Where's the pink hair redeem? Oh, I took it off. Oh god, he saw me! I took it off because I I don't know. I got too lazy trying to like, what is it? Explain to people. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. You hate this guy? Why? Is he hard? Okay. You wrap around first. Wait, where is he? He's still there, right? Wait, is another one? Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god, he's like... Oh wait, these are like the fucking bird people. Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Ah! Let me stand up, holy! Boom! Stop! One at a time, sir! Please! Oh my god. Oh! Ah! What the heck? They're 100% different from the bird people. Worse than them. Can you have the little goat besides you? You guys want the little goat besides me? I could put the little goat. Let me see. Where's my goat buddy? Is there a way I could do it like this? Goat, goat, goat. Now, let me see if I can find him. Goat VTuber. Ah! Oh shit, I'm small. There you go. Okay. I'll have to go all the way. Do I have to fight them again? Okay, I'm just gonna run through them. They parry every attack, don't lose posture for shit. Mobile has a long range attack. Okay. What was that app? That was VTube Studios. VTube Studios. Okay. Ignore me, I don't insist. Okay. Okay, I go here. Okay. We go here. High ground. Can I just skip them? I don't want to fight them. Tactical go support deployed. Oh my god, I have to fight him? I have to? Wait, can I go inside this door? No. Okay. On the bridge, look left and grapple. Okay. Guess I say fuck those guys and run past them too. God, I don't want to fight them. Okay. On the left, grapple. Left bridge, grapple. Don't fist me, please. Oof. Okay. Here. Bridge, left grapple here. Oh. Give me grapple. Oh, nice. All right. Balloon spirit. Where's the other guy? Oh, did I walk past him? Oh! Ow! Oh God! Oh! Oh, he cracked my back. He bent me backwards. Oh shit! Okay. Where's the other guy? Come here, sir. Alright. Stop exposing stuff with things you like. It's funny! It's funny! Okay guys, I don't actually mean it, okay guys? I just say unhinged stuff. Oh wait, this is where I came from. Okay. Oh. Here. Ouch! Okay. Oh! Back up. No! Try to collect the money. Not lashing. Okay. Sure. Yes. Yes. I don't lie, right, guys? I'm not a liar. If I were, my pants would be on fire. It's over here. Oh, this one? Shit, this is a circus spot there somewhere? Oh. Rip. No, but your nose did grow half an inch. Pinocchio. This guy?
我が息子のためその刀置いて行けできぬ愚かなり
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Which one's getting news here? Flame vent? You know what? Ow! Ow! I'm stuck in a corner! Okay, okay. Run, Shen, run! Okay. He's raging. Oh shit! Did it break his poster? Oh my god! What? He doesn't take any damage! Oh, now you wanna do this? The knight? That's the knight? Am I killing him right? Or am I hitting him right? Okay. Here. Here. Come away! Come away! His armor prevents damage, so good luck figure it out. Okay. Wait, where did I go? Here? Okay, this is the only way then. Okay.
我が息子のため
Oh!
その刀置いて行け
Oh, ouch! Oh! Oh shit! How did I mirror counter? Ow! Don't hit me! No! Okay. Oh! Back up, back up, back up! Okay. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh god! Okay. I've been encountered so long. Dodge the movement. Oh shit! I forgot to count my death! How many times did I die, guys? That was twice to him, right? Wait, not twice, three times. Once to those like flying people. Oh, those ninja people, the monks. Okay. Not dirty? It was not dirty, was it? 4? It was not dirty. I Oh wait, is this right? Go here. Up here. What? Where'd I go from here? Oh my god. No one, reset. Reset. Not sure, sorry, it's okay. You just don't remember? But we all did? No, I think it was 4. 4? I think it was 4. I don't trust you, Mom. Wait, where did I... Oh. Oh. Help me? You're asking for help? Okay. We gonna try this again. Okay. Oh shit, okay. Document! Okay. Oh! Okay. What is this? Ow! Guys, what can I say? What can I say? I'm just... What can I say? I'm just that good. What can I say, guys? I'm just that good. I knew it. I knew you had to make him fall, you know? Easy peasy, guys. Wow. That's actually so funny. Got the death blow twice on here, didn't figure it out like for a while. You didn't. I knew it, guys. I knew it. See? Why the fuck you lying? You're always lying. I'm just that good. What can I say?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
I think you should hit on the third death blow if you don't figure it out. Really? Thank you for the blurb. Thank you. Honestly, oh my god, Shen luck is crazy. I'm telling you, Shen luck real. Shen luck real. He says like my armor makes it Oh, I see dogs. Oh, I see lots of dogs. Oh my god, just come here, please. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, puppy. Oh my god. no, you run. No. I'm not. That was traumatizing. Okay. We go there. Oh, another Doge. Come here, Doge. Ow! Is that it? Oh, you're right here. Okay. Oh god. So we should consider putting head pack goat for 420 redeem since your head pack is 69 points. Should I put a head pack for the goats? I can actually, yeah. But then I would have to set it up manually. Maybe I'll do it after stream. Oh! What's he throwing at me? Oh! What is that? Ow! Is that Molotov? Oh shit! Oh! Can't see. Okay. Burp. Burp. Loot! Give me loot. A fist full of ash. They're always giving me ash. I don't need ash. I need ketchup. That was funny in my head. It was funny in my head, but then now that I said it, it was not as funny as I thought it would be. It's like a mola with a pinwheel or something. With how slow it falls. Yeah, it follows me too. At first I thought that was a firecracker. Where did I go? Here? Oh. Oh. Mini boss. Okay. Oh, he's the parry guy. Okay. Huh. Can I kill these guys first? Okay. I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. Oh, okay. 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 Oh, okay. Okay. Seven, eight. Okay. Ow! Oh, I missed! Okay! Easy! Yellow gunpowder. Prairie bean. Okay. Is that it? Black gunpowder. Wait, who sees me? How do I... I like that you call that you two called this the parry guy. I didn't parry much before until it. Yeah, me too. I'm like absolutely so bad at parrying. Until I met this guy. This guy is like, you have to parry. Oh. Is there a statue here? No statue. Oh! I didn't see you! You blended so well! What is that? Oh! I thought they were like... they're just dogs. Thanks for the redeem! Thank you! To fight Buddha? Am I gonna fight Buddha here? Am I gonna fight Buddha? Oh, spirit. What the Doge doing? Oh. Oh, what's going on here? A fistful of ash. I don't want ash! Why you keep giving me ash? It's over here. Oof. Oh! Ow! I get my ass beat here! Okay, brother! I'm dead! If you don't want it, all you need to do is ash the game. Okay, I'm here. Where did I go? I went here, right? Down here. Can I grapple here? Okay. Wait, how did I leave this place? Oh, thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot. 370. Oh. One damage. I want to poke him too. Okay. Now went here. What's over here? Should I go in the building? Oh, I did! You're talking about the Perry boss? I fought him already. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, why there's so many big guys here? Ow! Ow, stop! Ow! First step! Oh, ouch. You know what? I'm gonna kill this guy first. You're annoying! Oh my god. Now die to big mob? Ow! Ah! What? What? How do I fight him? I'm faster. Let me see you behind, sir. Oh fuck. Turn around, please. Ow! Okay, this guy is so annoying. She just wants to pick the big guy. Hey, an opportunity is an opportunity, you know? shit when she sees cheeks. Oh! Oh, the axe! I'm done. I'm doing it the hard way. Wow. Who sees me? Is that it? Oh god. Easy. But you didn't just think of it as extra training, I guess. See, sometimes you don't have to do things the right way to get there, you know? Oh god. Is that guy? Oh. It's only one, right? No, it's two! Oh my god! Is it always two? No, it's three! Okay! Run! Run, Shen, run! Shen, run! What is here? Go left first. Left? Of here? Oh wait, that guy's right there. That's where you're supposed to go. Here? What is right then? Oh, we back here? Oh. Okay, guys, it's so annoying. Should jump while lock on them? Jump? Oh, it's instant kill, right? Like I get a death blow. Yeah, I did that. I did that when I was fighting the parry guy. Am I supposed to go here? Kind of scary. There's a hole you can crawl through? A hole? What? Am I just blind? I missed it? Oh! I see. Oh. I hear something. Oh! Why is it so dark? Thank you for the flare, thank you. Yeah, I can barely see anything. Big balloon spirit. Are you alive? Ah! Please. Oh wait, friendly fire? Get better eyes. Oh, you! Because mom wears glasses. Wait. Wait. Wait, he bleeds! Wait. What did I do here? Can I talk to you? Okay, I guess we go up. That's it. Pellets. Open door. What is this? Item? Simple esoteric text. Simple style skills. Okay. That's it. Where'd I go? Oh. Can't fist them back now? Really? Oh my god, we're gonna be fisting each other. Oh no, wait, I didn't mean to go here. Pellets? These guys don't die, right? They're just gonna come back to life. Oh, is that a statue? No. I wouldn't mess with them, Shen. They are quite scary. Quite scary. Okay. I have 2 prayer beads. You just have to go to the idol. Skill points. Hey, which one is it? Shinobi Arts? Shino Arts? Oh, this one. Wait, can I get this one? Acquire compact Ichimonchi. There is a heavy one hit over hair sword strike deals high posture damage and also recovers one own posture with a strong forward step. That is a lot of points. Yeah! Yeah, I haven't used it, that's why. Don't judge, guys! Don't judge! I've never had more than 5 points at once. Hey. You know what that means? I'm just that good, you know? I don't need special skills. Hell, 13 points? It was 15, Chaos. I just missed 2. What is this? Latin skill. Deflection increases damage to enemy posture all sources. Okay. Ascending Carp. Ascending. Oh, is it this one? What is this? Chris's max. Okay, let's do this one. Run and slide. Run and slide. So I'm not trying to judge, but if you have lost 15 points in one go, I would have shed a tear. That's my chest. Yeah, that's why you have 370 deaths. It would have been an unmanly tear. No, I might as well lose it all, right? Okay. Okay, I might as well do this one. Wait, what's this? Mouse and obtain from enemies and improve. What? Hold on. I'll take that. Okay, 3 points. Three points. Okay, I got this. Night Joy Slash. Spinning Leap. Finger Blade. Mid-air prosthetic tool. Okay, let's do this one. They drop more money, but if it doesn't matter if you keep dying, so you better stop dying. I won't die, I promise. I promise. Okay. Oh, what is over here? You can now lose the axe midair. I was gonna lose the shirt. Ow! What the hell? Is that centipede? I was gonna lose the shuriken midair. Does not open from this side. Okay, we're not gonna go there. Black gunpowder. Are you nice? Oh! Ow! Holy crap! Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I wanted to see, okay? I wanted to see. Where did I go? Oh. Wait, can I grab that? Oh no! Wait, I can't grab it. Okay. Okay, there's a guy right there. What? How do I leave this place? The door doesn't open. Oh. Where you were just where? Pray at the table. Oh, this table. I didn't see that. Okay. Ta-ding. monkey screen time? Good luck. Am I gonna get swarmed by monkeys? Three monkeys? Oh my god, it's so cute! Oh my god, he made glasses! Oh my god. Look at he's so kawaii desu ne. Oh. A 5-prong bell made of aged bronze can be used repeatedly. When wrong, monkeys and wolves alike are returned to their initial states. However, a monkey caught in the folding screen will not escape whether the bell is rung or not. This is a boss, but it's more of a puzzle? Okay. A monkey caught in the folding screen will not escape. Okay. How do I use the bell? Oh. Did you switch it? It brings me here. What's chasing me? Floating screen monkeys. Water? I hear it, but I don't see them. Oh. Shen, just checking boundaries? But when you say stuff, when you say stuff like "Where do I go?" are you usually thinking out loud or just actually, I think I'm just thinking out loud. If he spots you, he will run immediately. Okay. Speaking monkey.
目も耳も特に良いということはないのですが、人を見れば大騒ぎして猿たちは皆逃げてしまいます。あるいは人をからかっているのでしょうか。
Green kimono.
の猿は
Anyone saying that is fine, except a cab driver in a city you're not supposed to. Or the Uber driver. Where do I go? Take me home. Where is home? Okay, hold on. Wait, what did he say about the green one? He can hear across great distances and very attentive. He was coming, making it hard to approach. Okay. Orange calls all other monkeys to run. Okay. So we should get the orange guy first. Orange monkey. Orange monkey, green monkey, purple monkey. Orange monkey? Is that him? He's orange. How close do I have to get? Come back! Oh. Wait. Okay, that's the orange one. Gray monkey. There's someone following me. I see footprints. You see that? Wait, that's kind of cute. Uber driver. A driver is so. Uber drivers. Okay. How do I get close to them? Oh. No, I was trying to go up there. Okay. Do I just gotta chase them? Where are you going? Oh! Wait, I got hurt! Okay. Which monkey is gonna call them away? Then the one that's following me, the gray monkey. Come here. Huh. Do you want hints? Yes, please give me hints. Yeah, the one you get the app for, Uber drivers. Lose the strength against them. Assassin Creed mission chasing. The strength. Oh wait, he's right here. Is he not? Oh wait. Okay, I hear him behind me. Wait, he's not following me no more, is he? Okay, okay. Ah, he's in underwear. Okay. Oh, wait, he looks sad. Okay. Make it purple. Wait, what does the purple one does? Good hearing. Oh no, wait, I killed the purple one, right? Now we have green and... Come here! Psst, psst. Ah! Wait, how do I... Come here, monkey, please! Oh shit, I'm like, come here, monkey! Where did it go? on the see no evil, hear no evil stuff. Okay. Found out bro chased me the whole time later. Really? You didn't you don't notice his footprints? I keep hearing him like running. Okay. Oh! Wait, is he here? Oh, he went down. Wait, where did he go? Oh my god! Are you one of them? Okay. That was one of them, right? Oh, my chipping. Nope. That was it. Okay. This is a random monkey. Oh, he's right there. Oh. See him? Where is he? Is he here? Okay! Easy! Okay. What does Eve room do? Purple summons them. Oh, it's a phantom! Okay. Purple summons them. Green. Where did he go? Oh, okay. Come here, please don't run away. Oh god. Okay. And the other one. The other one. Okay, what do I do now? Got that one. I got the green one. The red one. The purple one. The purple one. Purple. Oh, she kinda got them without having to do it. You don't have to do the right thing to get there, you know? Oh. The noise of the roaring waterfall is deafening. Surely no one can hear anything else in here. Wait, purple is the... Well, which one was the purple one?
何か聞きたい私にわかるものなら紫着物の
Singing monkey.
目がよく
Excellent eyesight, great distance, very attentive.
尋常なら
He will run away immediately.
ひどく
Exceedingly timid. Okay.
かつてのこと ました。しばらく猿たちを追いかけていたと思いますが、
Okay.
いつか静かになりました。そなたが
I need to go in the dark. In the dark. So yes, Ishura is supposed to hinder the monkey's strength, and you were supposed to lead them to the room, which is oh! I was just chasing them down and killing them. I didn't know. Okay, okay. Is this the dark room? Break every candle. Purple monkey, very timid. Good eyesight, runs away. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Good eyesight. Oh, I see it! Come here. Where are you going? Where are you going, you monkey? Where are you going? Okay, so all fakes. Stop. Okay. Hello, welcome in, Berserk Broly 1915. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your day? Welcome in. Okay. Where did the footprints go? Oh. No, I didn't mean to do that. Like, game, how do you make it so easy for her? Better have pacifying agent. I do! I have him right here on standby. I have 5. Your first playthrough? Yeah, this is my first playthrough. I just beat the monkey, the ape, earlier. And now I'm doing this. This puzzle. Okay, the monkey was here, right? Where did it run to? Oh, can I open this? Guardian Ape? Yeah. What is this? Okay, now I gotta look for the monkey again. Where did you go? What's the goat besides you? It's the goat. Cause I'm the goat. Puzzle? These are no puzzles. It's just chasing down the monkeys. It really is. Where did it go? Am I just blind? Okay. If I stand here, will it spot me? Oh. Wait, which direction was it? It's over here, right? Oh, I see it! Okay, it's moving. Where did you go, monkey? Oh, even here? Did I do it? Did I do it? Easy! Oh my god! Her other version? The version we like better? I got it! I got it! Yeah, I brute forced the others. I legit just chased them down and just killed them. Except for the last one. Easy peasy. Okay, memory. Puppeteer ninjutsu. Ninjutsu technique that manipulates the victim like a puppet. Call Spirit Ambulance to news. Activate after a backstab death blow. This technique temporarily forces one who should have fled this realm to remain. The puppet moves on behalf of his master, but his strings are destined to snap. Okay. What's this? Go to Halls of Illusions. They were so annoying on my first playthrough. Sempre was such a Narnia. I say she did the invisible one correctly. She noticed that one slew it after. I still ring it. Yeah, I did. Okay, the invisible one was easy though. Memories. Memories. You can have a teammate now, but they can still hurt you. Ah, okay.
何故参られたのですか。
不思議よ求め
Like another immortal child?
ご存知か。
あ
抜けぬとは
Mexicana.
抜いて帰った者がおらぬということ。
It's a
それ
girl.
でも試されるのですか。
You master in the art. Good, good. I do.
向こ
そうですか。わかりまし
Same
た。
voice actor though? Yeah, I was gonna say they sound the same.
覚悟が終わりならば改められる。
Bad choice? Was it? Am I gonna fight right here? No, just die? Wait. Wait, actually?
死をいとわぬのですか。
I get resurrected. No way I die. I'm the main character.
あなたは一体その右目流因の呪いを受けているのですね。
不思議り確かにもらい受けた
Oh blade. Alright! Easy! What if I talk to her again?
あなたは流院の巫女に仕えるお方
She pulls out death note.
何故不思議りを求めるの
It's a slight belief that the game just ends.
竜
That was funny.
不死立ちを果たすため
Ah! She's... I'm supposed to give it to her? Okay.
つまり巫女は
そうだ
巡り合う私は死なずの具まとも他の
そうか
Soka.
不死を断つことが正しいの
No,
だ
kill her! I'm not gonna kill her!
なれど流院が
She's a child!
歪めるそれを憎むのは私も同じ巫女の忍びよ私もあなたの一女となりましょうお手を
I thought you hate children! Oh, I got the rice!
これは米か
Okay, the rice for the lady, and I got the pinwheel for the crying guy.
存じます噛めば
Do
噛むほど甘くなり
it! Anakin? Skywalker hurts? Okay. If I talk to her
巫女
again.
の忍びよようこそおいでくださいました
Request rice. Can I get it again?
すみませんお米がまだまた
Oh, if she has to. Okay.
巫女の忍びよ
Sayonara.
あなたの行く末に
Loot. Hellet. Was it pure white? What do you mean? When someone's immortal, the age becomes a little fuzzy. The only exception, the only exception for your child hatred is Clementine. Oh, your little one. That's it? Nothing here? Okay, this takes me back to the monkeys, right? And then... Where was it? Was it this? Speaking of Clem, when you gonna continue The Walking Dead, or did you? I did finish it. I did. I did finish The Walking Dead. Okay. Where is he? Right there. Crying boy. I have a little toy for you.
真っ白いよどこにお前が探しているのオラの探しているのは真っ白いお花じゃ
Pure white flower.
そうかでもあんた探してきてくれたんだな
You did when?
あり
I
がと
think
う
like
な
I don't know. How long ago?
いい
Was
人
it like
だ
a whole month? Like last month?
そうだ飛んでいった
It flew away.
そうだ真っ白いお花は
Make sure it's pure white. Okay. Suggest a travel destination. Lure to abandoned dungeon? Wait.
アシナの城のステローに行ってみるといいえステローオラのお父ちゃんはそこにいるんだ何悪いことをしちゃったんだな 牢屋じゃなくてじめっとした穴蔵みたいなところに連れて行かれちまった。そうあんたの言う通りステローに行ってみることにする。お父ちゃんに会えるかもためな。やっぱりあんたいい人だ。
So did Did she commit an atrocity? Yes, she did. She insulted him. I made him. I sent him to like the bandaged dungeon. I'm not finding a pure white pinwheel for him. He's gonna die there, huh? Isn't he? That's kind of funny, right? You deserve death? What do you mean? Hey, where's the rice lady? Ow! Don't hit me! Rice lady! Thank you for the bounty and the kill. She was here, right? Like right outside the window. Thank you. Lazy turd. It's kind of funny, you know. It was evil, but you know. Right, I guess I turn a blind eye a bit more often when mommy bullies her. See how she justifies the death of someone who trusted her? Hey! Hey, it's a learned lesson, huh? Do not trust strangers! I have rice!
まさしく巫女様のお米。ありがたや、ありがたや。
お告げを頼む。
No, just don't trust Shen. She has abandonment issues and also abandons people. Okay, I don't have abandonment issues. Who says I have abandonment issues? I like to abandon people. Fly a kite? Wait, she wants more stuff? She wants more stuff? Oh my god. Kite? Then go down? No, she doesn't want one, she wants... Oh, that was the advice. Ah! Okay. The beginning. Oh, how do I get back? Take me back. Don't hurt me, please. I'm innocent. Shit, no bod. The beginning, go down the mountain. Wait, there's an item here. A light coin purse. can I jump from here? Oh my god, go up, please. The beginning? Like the beginning from here? Fucking fist. Public keyword to kite. Oh. Kite? Oh. Okay. Should I? Ninjutsu. Okay, I might sure. It only costs 5. Oh! I didn't see this guy! Is he gonna hurt me now? Oh no, wait, he's not. Wait! Oh my god! He's doing that! Thank you for the head pass! Thank you! Oh, I need 2 for this point! Wait. How do I... Oh. Run back to where the lady was? Oh, I have a time limit? Okay. I can make it. No, did it not work? Oh, brother! You're annoying me. Okay. Is there an easy way? Oh, ouch! Leave me alone. Okay. Up the tree? Up the tree? Up the tree? What do you mean up the tree? How do I go up the tree? Oh, I see. Can I make it? What am I gonna do? I don't know what to do. Ah! Good job. Wait. Bad job. Wait. I don't know. What was I supposed to do? Wait. How do I get back? Okay. Okay. Oh shoot. Oh! Whoops. Did not mean to do that. Look around. Okay, we're gonna retry. Retry! Retry, retry. Did I have to do that all over again? Let me see. Oh, oops. Wait, he's gone. What? I did this guy? Oh. Yeah, I updated the death counter. Come here. Psst, psst, come here. Friend. Friend. Where is he? Is he not following me? Come here. Come on. Down. Down, boy, down. Come on. Wait, can he not move down? Down. Okay. Okay, okay. Wait, do I need a partner for this? Can I just do it myself? Friend, as you run towards him. Was it that? Was it katana? Okay. Reset. We're gonna rest. I can't lose him. It has to be the little guy. Was there a friendly NPC? Yeah. I turned him into my puppet. Okay. Is he there now? What? He's not here! The guy's not here! Necromancers? Great at making friends. Look at the Kaigen. I don't have to do it, right? It's up there? Huh, let me go. Just go? Okay. Don't hurt me. No more. What is love? You're gonna see my awesome hardcore skills. Okay. Here we go. What did I do? Okay, I don't know what to do. Okay, I grapple it. What was I supposed to do? Am I supposed to hit it? Look around carefully. Okay, grapple that. Huh. There has to be another way to go up, right? Instead of being stuck here. trees. You 360 no scope. Oh, wait, okay, if I jump there. Okay. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Risk it for the biscuit! Oh god. Where did I go? Okay. I saw something here. Okay. Risk it! Oh god. Okay. Oh! Nice! Good job! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! God, why was that so hard for me? Small brain Shen. Okay. Another balloon. Second Valley Passage. Wait, it's a snake! Wait! Oh my god! Wait, am I gonna kill it? No. No, not the snake that has been terrorizing me. Oh, yum. All right. Revenge. No, I didn't even read it. Optimistic streamer always keeping her glaze up. Gotta keep the glaze up to get people to glaze me, you know? Jizu statue. Blood droplets. Oh, you should know she can. Okay, it's not that I can't read. I just words are non-existent to me. You know, it's just yeah. Oh shit! I thought I was gonna die. Oh no. Non-existent illiterate. Okay. Oh. No way, I'm not alone, but you just misread gaze. Whoops. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my god. Okay, where do I go Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you. She finally realized. Don't look at me, I'm embarrassed now. Oh my god. Take me back to school. Oh god, oh god. She might need to pick up a copy of The Hungry Caterpillar and practice. The Hungry Caterpillar. Actually, I prefer the rainbow fish.
生ガキを欲するならば区別回し。
What? I got it! Can I not give it to her? Hold on. What? Did I have to do something? Persimmon-like heart of a great serpent. God of the land, the heart is believed to be where one spirit resides. While its shape bears similarity to a persimmon, and in fact, this is the red. Oh my god. It's safe to assume that eating it would be poisoned to oneself. Does she not want it? She doesn't want it. No, it's for me? Ow. Oh my god. You know what? I'm suffering school, came back from fun classes, managed to stress myself the heck out. Oh no. Oh no. I hated school. I'm not even kidding. I hate school, but like right now I'm in the process of, should I go back to school? She just gave you advice on how to get it? That's it? Ah, she only wants rice. Ah, okay. Then we go back to Kuro. Kuro. How do I go back? You know what? I'm just. We're gonna take the kite. Okay. Oh my god. Travel? Kuro. How did it feel to fight the serpents? I don't know, I felt kind of bad. A little bit. If it's not too personal, what's your current job? I'm unemployed. I am unemployed. I'm currently looking for a job actually, because I just graduated. I quit my last job a while ago, but I'll probably have to find work again. Oh my god, good luck! I'm having trouble finding work, to be honest. Trouble. Lots of trouble. Nobody wants me. It's the first time I've been rejected this much, guys. Welcome, man, Taylor! Welcome! Did she kill the monkey? I did kill the monkey. It took me so long. I wanted to be a full-time streamer, but I guess I'm just nowhere near good enough. You should! I mean, honestly, I would not mind being a full-time streamer. But then that would mean that would mean I'm gonna have to take this seriously, you know? When like streaming is more of like a passion project for me. I could totally be a full-time streamer. Should I? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Too much pressure. I also debated a fat guy into the abandoned dungeon. Really? Oh yeah, yeah, I did. I told this poor little crying child to like go to the dungeon. Should I go to the abandoned dungeon and reap the rewards of your action? Oh, from the surgeon guy. Number has yeah, it has. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But congrats for not giving up. Thank you, thank you. It took me so long. It took so long. Do it. Should I? I don't know. She can't be a full-time streamer because she won't let us throw money. Hey, Vicky, okay, the 10, how much is it? 100,000 bits? The 100,000 bits is like part of my, it's a meme now. I kinda don't wanna like take it off no more, you know? Bottomless hole. Is it this one? You start by taking off the 10k biddies. Move it to 1k. You become full-time streamer and I disown you, you big failure. Disown it to the family. Honestly, I wouldn't mind being a full-time streamer. But then I'm gonna have to put so much effort into things. I don't know, we'll see. I have like so many projects I want to do. So many, I guess, passion projects I really want to work on. Yep. And the thing is about like streaming and stuff, becoming a full-time streamer. Yep. Okay, the main thing to like grow your channel is to network and like, guys, I'm not a good networker. I'm scared of people. I got 3 lump of fat. Okay, will I find him here? The guy I sent here? Is he gonna be here? Ow! Leave me alone! Oh my god. Shinden reading an Asian parent accent? Okay, to be fair, I'm really bad at doing accents, okay? If you tell me to do an Asian accent, I cannot. People are scary, especially me. Yeah, Daylon is really scary. Shouldn't I introduce you to Hovey and Tia? Yeah! Like, a lot of the people I met here, they either, you know, they came to me, or, you know, I met them through someone else by them forcing me to meet them, you know? Like, I have not gone out of my way to, like, meet another person. I don't know, I'm too shy, guys. I'm too shy to meet new people, you know? Or like going out of my way to like, you know, like social, you know, I don't know. Was the fat worth his death and torment? Very. You're fucking welcome. Yeah. I met June, Kenny, all through mom. Oh! Oh my god! That's still networking? But still, I mean, I don't know, guys. I'm so shy. I'm so shy to meet people. Okay, where do I go now? Don't mind me. Hold on, let me go back to Kuro. Kuro. Jump down the ravine. Also, you didn't answer my question. How you gonna stream full time without income? Well, that's the thing. If I really do decide to be a full-time streamer, I'm gonna have to like get rid of my integrity, you know. Okami's ancient text. You also had to up your commission prices? Ooh. Sell out? Hell yeah! I'm already a sellout, guys. Like, making that Uwe cover was already a huge sell-off for me. Upload VODs more often? Oof. I should.
あるいはそこと関係があるのやもしれない。
探ってみましょう。
ああ、だが身を投げるとは一体。
Throw oneself?
わかりません。
確かによくわからない。
Our time zones are so different. How to plan anything? Yeah. I would love to play more games with you guys, Daylon. I was talking to Kevin actually, Daylon, about playing what is it? What's that one game? That one game that Chaos. What was that one game we were playing? The one you were digging, the one you were digging like crystals and stuff. Deep Rock Galactica. I was thinking of asking you guys if we should play as a group, cause Kevin said he had it, and then he said, "Yeah, Deep Rock." Yeah, we should totally plan a day. Rock and Stone. Yeah, Rock and Stone. Diggy hole. Sharon yearns for the mines. I love mining. For Carl. Alright, guys. You know what? This is a great spot to end, right? Sharon loves miners. No, I didn't say that. I said I love to mine. That's what I said. No, it's not. What do you mean? No, it's not. It's been a good 5 hours, hasn't it, guys? We did so much progress. I beat the monkey, the ape. Ponka Mix. Oh my god! Welcome in. Welcome. Hi everyone. Welcome. You can't just ask. I'm about to end. 5 hours already? Yeah, it's been 5 hours already. Do 8? Come on. Ugh. Guys, it's late. It's late. It's like 2 a.m. here now. Almost 2:30 a.m. It's okay, it's okay. You don't sleep anyways? It's okay, it's been a good 5 hours, you know? After 8 hours do 12, they do 16. Oh god, I can't do 16. 16, I did, okay, one time, I don't know if you guys remember, but I did like a 16-hour stream of just playing like Valorant. That was my longest stream ever. I don't know how I did it. I don't know how. That's actually insane to me. Oh my god. This 24-hour karaoke stream. You demoted, yeah. It was so bad. 16 hours of playing pure Valorant and I never went up a rank. Yeah. I don't remember doing it, but I'll play Alan Wake for 8 hours once on stream. Alan Wake! The first one or the second one? I was actually planning, okay, I was actually thinking of playing Alan Wake, actually. Like my next stream, I was like, should I play Alan Wake? First one, I haven't played the second one too. Oh, you played both of them? I heard the second one was really good. Really good. Oh no, I missed all of the Shem being bullied by chat. You did. She killed a man who trusted her. No, I didn't kill him, okay? I didn't kill him. I just sent him to a place where he can, you know, potentially get killed. But that doesn't mean he got killed by me, okay? Did I hold the knife? No, I just guided the knife. Does that make sense? She did it because she was lazy. I actually had to update my GPU for the second one. Really? Woo. And didn't want to help him. Hey, he was a crying child, okay? He was crying. He was too big to be crying, you know? I just pushed them into traffic. I didn't kill them. Because she didn't want to find an all-white pinwheel. It's fine, you know? Nobody knows nobody knows it was me who sent him, you know? I just plunged the knife into his chest and applied pressure. You guys gonna send him to live with the monkeys? That's the other outcome? Ah! Oh, the 4 monkeys! Whoops. Oopsie daisies. We might have had a few witnesses. Whoops. You know, my bad. Womp womp. What can I say? Huh? What can I say? Alright. Should we find someone to raid? Okay. Help chat? Tia? She's... Okay, I always rate Tia. Okay, Tia will be last resort. Let me see if there's anybody else I could raid. Oh, Snail! Snail? Should I raid Snail? Okay guys, we're gonna raid Snail, okay? We're gonna raid Snail. I was straight for 1 minute for you to raid. She's playing, okay. Okay, Trash Snail. She's playing Rinroad. Okay, guys. Oh yeah, I'm so down for Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. So down, so down. Okay, guys. Thank you all for coming. Thank you everyone for joining. Hope you have a good day, good night, good evening. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Oh, save? I will save. Okay. Cause I'm gonna lurk. Bye bye everyone. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you all for joining. Hope you have a nice day. Nice. Did I say that already? Bye bye.